Morning. Welcome to executive session of criminal justice, public safety. Before we begin, would you please join me in rising to say our national anthem? No, I mean our Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not singing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time I'm opening the executive session on House Bill 588. No, that's not, that's her. It's 653. And I would recognize Representative Gathright for a motion. What about it?
The 7% amendment.
Oh, she got it, I think.
Okay.
Where is she?
We didn't get it.
Did you get the
We only got
amendment?
351.
We only have 351 for the amendments. We didn't get the rest of them. I'm not
All
sure
right,
whether-
everyone, relax.
Yeah, we left.
was upstairs giving me one of
Okay.
so can we recess for a hot minute around?
We are waiting for a quick amendment that'll be here in about a minute. So we're going to stand in recess until that arrives.
Timing.
We good.
So this is the one.
Does everyone have one on this side?
Nope.
Nope.
All we have is 351 over here. Oh, it's coming. Wait a minute. Something's coming this way.
588? No, you
We
got
got a 588.
All right, I have
When you're away.
588. All right. I have extras of 588 if anybody needs some.
Okay, everybody got it?
Yes.
I'm reopening the executive session on House Bill 588, and I recognize Representative Harriet Gathright to make a motion.
I motion to
Amendment?
accept the amendment
Okay.
for 588, amendment number 2023-0583H.
Do I hear a second? Representative Salick seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, the amendment has three changes on it. We changed the the percentage from 50% to 65%. That a person minimum sentence could be possibly go before the parole board. We also changed the sentenced to a minimum of not less than 7.5 years. And we also made sure that it was not retroactive. So it will start from the effective date.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Selig?
I just think it's great that we are finding ways to make things work in a positive direction.
I wholly concur and agree with that, and I hope that the members would look at this favorably. We looked at it, we talked about it together, we worked on it, we took care of some of the concerns we had, and I think that it's important to give incarcerated people at least a chance at a hope that if they work hard and follow the rules that they can have a chance at an earlier release. And it's only a chance because they still have to go by the parole board. So I think this is a good thing, and I would encourage the members to support it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Motion is adoption of amendment 0583H. Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed? Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Gathright? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
Amendment is adopted, 20-0.
Thank you. At this point, I would recommend, I would recognize Representative Harriet Gathright for a motion. Do I hear a second? Representative Wheeler, seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. I truly believe that this is a very good bill, and it changes some of the antiquated, I guess, verbiage in our books that we have here and in the laws. So one thing about this that was a little bit different from some of the others is that this one is strictly on behavior. You have to change your behavior to even get this, where others that are on the books today is not based on a change in the person's behavior. It's based on, let me do this just so I can get out. You can't do that with this particular one. So I'm happy that the team decided to vote it in.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler, would you like to speak to your second?
I just want to acknowledge the powerful testimony that we heard during public hearing of people who went to prison as teenagers, displayed good behavior, and wanted that hope of getting out based on that good behavior. And I appreciate this legislation brought forward by Representative Gathright to give us a chance to have those people who display good behavior and are rehabilitated, give them a chance to actually go out in the world as rehabilitated people.
Thank you. I would add that I believe that this has been attempted for years. We've been trying to do this, and I'm very pleased that we're finally able to come together and get a piece of legislation out that actually achieves everything that everyone's happy with. So, Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add on something that I would like for everybody just to kind of like focus on and follow up to everything that's already been said is just how hard we really worked on this, and all the stakeholders actually listened to every single thing that people didn't like and addressed that. And if you have, committed a violent crime against a child, this is not going to count for you. That you're no. In addition to that, if you get yourself in trouble once, you're already incarcerated, doesn't apply there. And the biggest thing is any kind of crime like a sexual nature doesn't apply. And for that, I think is why we're actually all able to, sounds like, come together. So just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Right here.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this bill, though I do wish, I recognize the value, and that's why I will be voting in support. The only thing that I wish that it had, and I'm hoping that we can look at down the road, is, as a strong child advocate, I think this has got great value, but I also worry about other vulnerable populations like the disabled or the elderly. And then we have a carve out for children, which is a great thing. But a violent crime, if you're the victim, it doesn't matter if you're 17 or 19 or 85. And that's the only thing that is a little rough on me, but I will support the bill because I recognize the value.
Thank you. And I acknowledge it as well. No bill is perfect, and there's always room to work on it. And I hope that we can look at those issues in the coming year and see if we can't fix that as well. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. This is ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Salick,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes.
Motion passes 20-0.
House Bill 588 passes as amended unanimously. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. And again, I'd like to thank Representative Harriet Gathright for bringing this forward, and I wish her and the bill luck going forward as it travels through its process. With that, I close the executive session on House Bill 588. The next bill we have on the calendar is House Bill 653. We'll be not taking that up today. There's issues that need to be worked on with the sponsor and other people, so we're not taking it up. House Bill 624, relative to immigration checkpoints. I hereby open the executive session, and I recognize Representative Stone for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ITL 624.
Do I hear a second? Seconded by Representative Tenza. Representative, would you like to speak to your motion?
Mr. Chair, I would. We should not be placing responsibility of notification requirements on state or local law enforcement agencies in regards to this bill. The sole purpose of the BPA are responsible for the border security of the United States, and that would also lead to impeding their efforts at the end of the day.
Thank you. Representative Tenza, would you like to speak to your second?
I concur with Representative Stone.
Thank you. I also concur, and I believe that at a time right now, especially our northern border, they're seeing unlawful crossings up over 300%. And we don't need to interfere in the process. The federal government is trying to take care of that. There's whatever way they choose. It's not within our bailiwick to deal with, and our law enforcement has enough to do without worrying about this issue. And further discussion, Representative Newell.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, especially given what's been said so far, is it's very, very straightforward and very simple. It really doesn't take a lot to just put up a notification. There are a variety of different ways that you could do that. The bill provides for a variety of different ways to be able to just notify people, so that it is not an inconvenience to our tourists and travelers and residents and things like that. I just think. I just want to amplify the simplicity of it. It seems very basic.
Thank you, and I appreciate and understand your motives for it, and it is doable. Having said that, I just don't want to do it. I don't think that it's, at this point, something that is unnecessary, but I do understand it. Further discussion? See, oh, yeah. Representative Muse.
So one of the issues is that these stops can take place up to 100 miles away from the border, and there have been some of these checkpoints have actually been set up not really even close to the border in the past. We have no guarantees that those won't be set up again. When these happen, they present an enormous amount of difficulty, especially the ones that are set up in the notch during tourist season for local residents. And I think one of the things that they do is they create an environment of fear for people who are new to this country or who don't necessarily look like the majority of the members of this committee. This is a very simple thing. It doesn't get in the way of the enforcement activity. All it does is provide notice, advance notice to people that this is something that's going to be taking place. It's something we already require for sobriety checkpoints in this state. So I'm not sure I understand the issue. I'll be voting against it, the ITL.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yes.
Where? You? Representative here at Guthrie.
Yes, I'm going to be voting against the ITL as well. We heard quite a bit of testimony that, that people are stopped, and they're really not being stopped, for the causes that they give, because they send dogs out, bring dogs out, and now they're checking the car and really interrupting a person's day. And from my understanding, the same way that our officers, our law enforcement is notified that the stops are going to occur. So it's not like there's anything special or anything new that our state troopers would have to do, but notify folks so that folks can at least know, I'm going to get stopped today. I might be late to work, and whatever the course of the day may be. So I think it's really a good bill, and it's a good gesture just for anyone that's near the borderline. And I had to agree with Representative Muse that the fact that it's so far away from the line crossing the border, I think that distance is ridiculous. So I will be voting against the ITL.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well. That is a long distance, 100 miles. Having said that, the appropriate place for that to be addressed would be through our federal delegation. I'm concerned that this would pit our local law enforcement against federal law enforcement. And what would happen is the federal law enforcement would just cease to notify the local law enforcement because it interferes in their mission. And I don't think we need to put our law enforcement in between us and the federal government. It just pits them in the middle of it like two parents fighting, and I just don't think it's a good idea to put them in that position. Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to point out that federal immigration is exactly that, handled by the federal government. It is not a state entity. It is not a state enforcement. It is strictly federal, which means we cannot really interfere with them conducting their checkpoints.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to agree with what Representative Muse and Representative Gathright said, but I would also add on to what Representative Gathright said. It's not just an impediment on your day, it's an impediment on your Fourth Amendment right and I really do think that that's the biggest concern for me here is that we have it seems to me, 100-mile zone between the border and the coast, which encompasses our entire state, where the Fourth Amendment does not apply if the federal government chooses to run one of these checkpoints. And we heard testimony from people like Mr. Fuentes in the audience there who told us about what it was like to go through one of these checkpoints. And I'm sure all of us understand that that's definitely something that was of a tad bit of concern to us. I think the federal government would notify us. I disagree with your concern, but hear that I think they would ultimately notify the state if they were to run a checkpoint on our interstates or our roads, as they have in the past. And I think this legislation is as Representative Newell said, simple enough to pass it. It's not restricting the federal government's use of these checkpoints or saying that you can't do them anymore. It's just saying the public should be notified just as we are in a sobriety checkpoint. And considering these are impeding traffic and impeding people's rights, I think the state government, just as we did for guns, saying we're going to stand up against the federal government and make sure that your Fourth Amendment is protected is the right thing to do. So I'll be voting against the ITL motion.
Thank you. I appreciate your consistency and reminding us of the recent debate. I was having deja vu. I didn't know where I heard this argument before. Representative, who's next? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much of what Representative Wheeler said is my concern as well. I feel like in this committee, we've been good at understanding, the roles of the state and federal law enforcement and how they apply differently to things in our state. And I don't see how asking our state law enforcement to notify the public that their constitutional rights will be superseded in the event they come across one of these checkpoints is asking them to interfere in federal law enforcement's efforts, especially since, to my understanding, these checkpoints don't often even result in a slow of illegal immigration or anything. They're just used as a way to incarcerate and charge New Hampshire citizens with completely different crimes that are found out through their constitutional rights being violated when they're pulled over without cause and their vehicles are searched and their identities are questioned. It's just setting up, it's setting up people to have their rights violated without due cause and without even, I think, good reason because of the lack of efficacy of these efforts in the first place by federal law enforcement to slow illegal immigration. So I would definitely be voting against the ITL motion. I think that, as we've had discussions in this committee before, when citizens are being asked to give up certain rights, they should know that they're going to be asked to do so. It should be under a specific set of circumstances, and allowing federal law enforcement to come into our state and harass New Hampshire citizens just whenever they please does not make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salick.
Thank you. Just to add a personal experience to the discussion, my father worked for the U.S. government when I was born with the USAID, and therefore I was born out of the country. My first passport photos were taken when I was 10 hours old. But when I have been stopped, which I have at checkpoints in this country, and they find out that I was born in Pakistan, the first question they ask is me for proof that I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't normally travel with my passport. If I have noticed that there's going to be potential checkpoints in the areas where I'm traveling around the state, then I know that I need that day to make sure I have my passport with me, because they don't view my driver's license, which is a verified driver's license with all the extra checks on it, as sufficient enough. And the number of questions I have to go through as a child of 2 U.S. citizens, as a U.S. citizen, and as someone who was born out of the country because my father was representing the U.S. government, still leads me to have challenges.
Thank you. May I inquire, how do they know that you weren't born in the United States based on your driver's license?
They don't know it based on my driver's license. They ask questions such as, where were you born? And when I say I was born in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, they say, can you prove your citizenship? And I'm like, well, if you want to go to my house and grab my passport, sure. And they're like, well, we're blah, blah, blah from your... It's an issue.
Thank you. That's a very, very interesting point. Further discussion. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also think we heard in testimony that often these stops happen on super busy holiday weekends, Labor Day weekend, Bike Week, etc. And not only does that make highway traffic more dangerous for the public, but it also has, it's severely hampering the experiences of New Hampshire families when they're trying to enjoy these weekends. I can say, as someone who lives in Southern New Hampshire, going up to Laconia is not something that happens every week. And if I'm going to make an hour drive, I want to know that I'm going to get to where I want to go with my family in an hour, and I'm not going to be at a checkpoint on a holiday weekend for 6 hours because all these cars are getting stopped randomly.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
Just a point of information for the committee. In the 2022 session, HB 579 passed through the House on a roll call vote, 254 to 85, and that was a similar piece of legislation to this right here.
Thank you. Any further? No? Okay. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ITL currently.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Jandrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tensar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright,
Yeah, no, sorry.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Bolden,
No.
Representative Bradley,
No.
Representative Murphy,
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell,
No.
Representative Salick,
No.
Representative Wheeler,
No.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes.
Motion is 10-10.
10-10, the motion fails. The bill is open for further motions.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment amendment 2023-0416H to HB 624 FN.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Representative Newell, seconds. And would you like to speak to your motion, Representative?
What this amendment does is it brings the current bill 100% in line with the bill that overwhelmingly passed in the House last year. What the amendment actually does is provide some additional more specifics. It provides more specifics around the notification requirement itself and how it's supposed to be done. This amendment, I believe, came to us from the ACLU last year, and they actually were helpful in kind of getting us over the hump with this one. So what this does effectively is put the same bill that passed overwhelmingly in the House last year back on the table.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second?
Pretty clear. No, I agree.
Okie dokie. Further discussion? Seeing none, this is going to be a vote on adopting the amendment. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
No.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
No.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Salick,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes.
Motion is adopted 18-2.
I'll recognize Representative Muse for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move HB 624 FN as amended ought to pass.
Now second.
Motion seconded by Representative Harry Gathright. Representative Muse, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think we've had a very robust discussion of this so far, and I'm not sure I can actually add anything to it. There are many good reasons to pass this bill. I know that all of us are concerned about the integrity of the border, but realistically, I'm not sure how much this particular enforcement effort actually helps us. And one of the things, unfortunately, that it does accomplish is it violates the rights of some of our citizens, and it's something that, and I think what we're not doing is we're not nullifying federal law, we're not overturning New Hampshire law. All we're basically saying is if you're going to do this, notify us. And given the fact that stopping traffic on a major interstate highway like I-93 can present safety issues and traffic issues, this seems to be a pretty reasonable thing to do. And it's something we already do for sobriety checkpoints. So I would urge folks to maybe take another look at it and vote your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you for your great specificity.
Representative Newell, did you want to speak? Who seconded it? Representative Harry Gathright, would you like to speak
Yeah,
to
I
second?
just want to make a comment because I think I heard someone say that we do not want our officers to work with the federal government, et cetera, et cetera. However, the animals that are being brought out there are brought out by our law enforcement, not by the federal government.
You're talking about working dogs, right? Oh, okay, thank you. I was confused about
Not
the
working
animals.
dogs. I'm talking about the dogs that usually they come to smell for drugs. Or
Yeah,
things
those
like
are
that.
working dogs.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to point out that part of Border Patrol is responsible for drug enforcement, so that does fall into their purview. The other thing I want to point out is these checkpoints, if you give proper notice and people avoid them, it defeats the purpose of doing them. If you have the thought process of, well, maybe we should notice everybody, well, maybe we should do that for every crime so that they know where we're doing everything. And in regards to the Superior Court issuing orders for sobriety checkpoints, that's actually one element of a huge packet that has to be authorized by a Superior Court justice. It includes notification, just one element of that. There's a lot more that falls into it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Janvrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out, in reading the amendment, now this is OTPA, so I'm going to talk about the amendment. It states clearly that when any state, county, or municipal police department or law enforcement agency is informed, they shall. And then I go to the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 28A. The state shall not mandate or assign any new expanded or modified programs or responsibilities to any political subdivision in any way to necessitate additional local expenditures by the political subdivision unless such programs or responsibilities are fully funded by the state, or unless such programs or responsibilities are approved by the funding by a vote of the local legislative body or the political subdivision. I am definitely a no on this vote.
I appreciate that concern. However, I do believe the amendment says they can use their website, which would be no additional cost. Representative Newman.
I just want to remind the committee that we, as we said in previous sessions, we vote on policy. If this in fact is a violation of 28A, it goes to finance. They make the determination that it isn't a violation, and then that takes care of that.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Murray. Oh, who? Representative Newell.
Yeah, I mean, throughout this conversation, it's just kind of reminded me of, the story that I was talking about with testing and analyzing equipment, and why, that being considered, what was in my car was considered drug paraphernalia, allowed them to negate my civil liberties and that kind of thing. And I feel like essentially what this does at the end of the day is sets up a situation like that, but it is casting a very wide net in order to really not accomplish its goal at the end of the day. What it does is it, at the end of the day, what the outcome is catching a lot of people doing, other things that wouldn't warrant this type of behavior and not its intended goal.
Thank you. Representative Salig.
Thank you. Just to echo what Representative Newell is saying, in 2022, one of the checkpoints had zero immigration detentions, but between 13 and 16 marijuana detentions. If the goal of these checkpoints is to catch illegal immigrants or people crossing the border without permission, then that should be the focus, not searching for marijuana.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a quick comment that we do notify about sobriety checkpoints, and as far as I know, they are still very effective. I think potentially, it could be argued that this would make immigration checkpoints less effective, but I think that needs to be weighed against at what point do we allow our civil liberties and constitutional rights to be superseded by the government? And I think this is one of these cases where we need to put New Hampshire citizens and their rights first, as per usual in this committee.
Thank you. I found Representative Salig's points very compelling. I too have a son with a consular report of birth who was born in Germany. So that it does seem to be rather burdensome for New Hampshire citizens. So I would encourage the members to all vote their conscience on this bill. And with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Motion is ought to pass with amendment. Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
No.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
No.
Representative Janvrin?
No.
Representative Mannion?
No.
Representative Reed?
No.
Representative Stone?
No.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Salick?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
Motion passes 14-6.
House Bill, which one is this now? 624 passes. And that will be on the regular calendar. Representative Stone, would you like to write the minority report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And who will be writing the report for the majority? Representative Muse?
I will write I will write it if you need somebody right now. We did want to caucus and talk about reports though afterwards, because this is new to a lot of our folks.
Okay, sure. I don't need to know right now. Just
Okay.
whoever gets it, I'll need it by probably next Tuesday morning if possible.
We will let you know who's writing the reports this
I
afternoon.
appreciate it. Thank you. With that, I close the executive session. And next up on our calendar this morning is House Bill 596. And I recognize Representative Tenzar for motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I make a motion to ITL House Bill 596.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Representative who? Stone?
I think Stone made the motion, right? And Prue seconded it?
No,
Oh,
Tenzar.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Representative Prue was right behind him. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative?
Yes, thank you again, Chairman. I'd like to thank Representative Muse for taking time to craft this bill. However, I am voting ITL as this bill is duplicative in nature, as the federal civil rights bill covers this. It's just another mirror bill. Also, police standards and training has courses on civil rights, so they're teaching their new officers about this. And also, departments within New Hampshire, this is integrated into their shift operating procedures, SOPs, as well as their professional standards of conduct, which is the PSCs.
Thank you. Representative Stone, would you like to speak to your second?
Mr. Chair, I would. I take very cautiously some of the language that was included in this bill. And that's one of the main reasons I also concur 100% with Representative Tenzar that these issues are already addressed on many levels to include local and state already.
Thank you. Further discussion? Somebody must want to talk. Representative Salick.
Sorry, thank you. I just go back to the conversations that we had yesterday where there was so much talk about how we can't enforce federal laws unless we're federal agents. And so to say that we don't need to do this because it's covered by the federal government, and therefore we can't have mirror bills, seems to me like we're biting both ends of the horse. That's not the right analogy. I'm sorry, but you'll have to forgive my
Please,
COVID brain.
please leave the equine population out of it.
But you know, you get my point that we can't say we're not enforcing federal things because that's up to other people, and then we can't make mirror laws because we don't need them because there's federal laws. Either we're going to make mirror laws, or we're going to set up practices where we can enforce federal laws, but we can't say we're not doing both. That doesn't seem appropriate.
Thank you. I don't think you need to go back to yesterday. I think we just had this discussion 10 minutes ago on the previous bill. So I think we find ourselves all on different sides of particular issues with regard to the federal government. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So the isn't this, help me out, because some of these are starting to kind of mumble into a lot. Wasn't this where we were having difficulty because the driver's license doesn't say or doesn't have to say that, you know, anything about race or ethnicity? I think that was one of the, the kind of conundrums that we had. And the other thing that I have, and I was writing real fast, but I have some kind of a note about page 2 and on line 20 that it was basically saying that they wouldn't be able to take the person's criminal record or history into account. And if I'm remembering that the testimony that was part of what was said was that has to be able to be used. But again, full disclosure, I wrote really fast. So if anybody can help me, I'm kind of asking general questions to this. So
Thank you, and that is exactly the point of our executive session, so that we can debate this. Does anyone want to respond to those? Representative Murray.
I think in regards to the first part of what you said, wasn't there a separate bill that was talking about instituting a penalty for police officers that misrepresented race and demographics? And I think that's maybe what you're confusing that part with. I don't think it was in regards to this bill.
I believe that the bill that we did have something like that, but I think the bill you're talking about is actually in transportation, where it was saying that the person doesn't have to say it. And I think that was one of the debates we were having was, well, if it was actually required, that would solve a whole lot of the debates that we continuously have that go around in circles. So I'm thinking that's part of the reason why this is not able to be done. Not that anybody thinks that this is okay. Let's make that very, very clear. It is, one hand your hand's tied and the other hand you're kind of trying to untie it. It was just a lot of back and forth confusion, but I could be mistaken.
Okay, I think, well, with regard to this particular bill, it was my opinion that putting the police officers in a position where they had to identify someone's race or ethnicity or gender was fraught with problems. And the question that was brought up is, why can it not be the person that self-identifies? That way it's not incumbent upon a police officer to decide all of those things and then make a report based on that. It puts them in a bad position. We even heard testimony about someone who was misidentified, their race, and it puts the onus on the law enforcement when what we're looking for is the people to identify so that we can track the law enforcement activity. And I just felt that was inappropriate to put the law enforcement in that position. Someone wants to speak to that. Representative Muse.
What I would like to do is remind people of the primary purpose of the bill. The primary purpose of the bill is to make a clear policy statement that the practice of racial profiling is prohibited for law enforcement officers in New Hampshire. I do realize that during testimony, there were some folks who did come and objected to the second part of the bill, which gets to precisely the data gathering process used for racial disparity in sentencing. I believe, and I'm the prime sponsor of this bill, that probably the most important thing that we can achieve today is essentially making a clear policy statement that no matter what you feel about how identification data should be gathered, we should make a clear statement that racial profiling is not acceptable in the state. And I think one thing that I would suggest as an alternative is I would be more than willing to drop all of Section 2, so we would actually have a clean bill that really gives us an opportunity to decide whether or not prohibiting racial profiling is something that we want to do as a committee. So that would require a recess of the current hearing, a withdrawal of the current motion. I could request OLS have that amendment, and hopefully we would have it by the end of this session.
Session meeting today.
The end, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
By today.
All right. Representative Hill first. Do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sit as well on House Transportation, and I think Vice Chair's comments, I guess, is what I'm responding to. The bill that we had and the House just voted inexpedient to legislate on was
597. This is House Bill 596 we're talking about here. But I think from what I'm gathering, and I'll be honest in saying I haven't read 596. I didn't realize that was here. But Representative Muse is correct that our problem was the seeming conundrum that we were asking for voluntary information, and then at a time that we were asking that we make a statement that that ethnicity is bad, and then we were going to do something with that data that was given up voluntarily, and trying to determine how to assess that information that was given voluntarily and make major decisions with it. When we were saying bad information or bad data generally makes bad policy. So that was our purpose. I'm not sure what happens when we, or if we followed through with the idea of dropping part 2 on this bill. It would have been a different story, I think, in transportation if we had dropped part 2, but I'll leave that up to the chair.
Thank you. Who made the motion? Was it? Would you be open to withdrawing your motion so that Representative Muse might produce an amendment for us to consider?
Yes, I'll withdraw my motion.
And the second?
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Having the motion's been withdrawn, I will.
Can we recess so that he can contact
That's what
OLS?
I'm going to do. I'm going to recess this bill, and Representative Muse is going to get an amendment dropping section 2.
Mr. Chair, could we have a short break?
15-minute bio break. Okay, we're still waiting on an amendment for HB 596, so we're going to take up HB 400 at this point. Yep, and I will open the public hearing on House Bill, the executive session on House Bill 400, and recognize myself for a motion. And I move ought to pass. Do I hear a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Seconded, and I will speak to my motion. House Bill 400, if you recall, was the bill making it a specific and distinct offense for assault and battery on a police officer. We heard through testimony that this is the only state in the entire country that does not make it a separate offense to assault a police officer. Currently in New Hampshire, it's no different assaulting your neighbor than it is a police officer. We ask a lot of our police officers, more and more every day. We expect a lot. We hold them to a very high standard. And I think that the least we can do is give them as much protection as we can. And I believe that assaulting a police officer is not just an assault on an individual officer, but it's an assault on our criminal justice system. They are there representing the laws, enforcing the laws that we pass. And when they assault the police officer, they are assaulting us and they're assaulting the laws and the whole system. And that alone should give it significant difference so that people understand the seriousness and gravity of it. The difference in the penalties, all I did was take the simple assault, which is currently, and I increased all the penalties one level for a police officer. So I didn't make it crazy. It's just one more level if you do that. And would you like to speak to the second, Representative?
You wrapped it up nicely. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on this? It's open for discussion. Representative Prue.
Well, I'm glad to actually see firefighters and EMS included in this because unlike law enforcement, we don't have all the tools to defend ourselves. And actually, I had one of the firefighters, EMTs that worked for me, get assaulted and almost had his nose broken last week. So too bad this isn't already in place. Thanks.
Well said, and I neglected to mention that we did extend this to our EMS workers who also we expect a lot from, especially in the recent years. And to have them come in and risk their lives doing the things they do, especially during the COVID, only to have them literally slapped in the face for it, I think bears an additional penalty. Representative Newell.
I absolutely agree with what you said, and that they are acting in the public interest. They're in this position because they are acting on behalf of us, and I would agree and affirm. I would hope that just to add in, I would hope that this would go along with body-worn cameras, which I know are more and more prevalent and being used in different municipalities and sheriffs and things like that. So yeah, I just think as far as, kind of the demonstrable proof, right?
Representative Janvrin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to point out one thing that I noticed in the bill that I really like, and it's that a law enforcement officer who has probable cause to believe a person has violated this paragraph may immediately arrest such person without a warrant and shall cause such person to be brought before a judge for determination of bail. So they are ineligible for a bail commissioner. We've been arguing about bail a lot. If there's a violence against a police officer, firefighter, or EMS, they have to go before a judge for their bail hearing. I think that's a very positive thing.
Thank you. And the intent of this wasn't to tinker with the bail system because that's a whole other can of worms. But in my opinion, in the opinion of the people I spoke to, if you assault a police officer, that in my mind makes you definitely a dangerous person, because if you assault someone who's armed to the teeth and representing the full force of the law, what else are you capable of doing? And I think that should be up to a judge to decide what happens to you based on the individual circumstances of that case. And as we discovered, it's possible in this state to be arrested in one town and then later arrested in another town, and the new town not be aware of your bail status or your that you just assaulted a police officer. So until we can fix that significant loophole, I think that is appropriate. Further discussion. Representative Muse.
So I'm sympathetic with the intent of the bill, especially when it comes to giving some additional protections to emergency service workers who I think can use them. Um, I do have some concerns. One of my concerns is this bill does have an impact, I think, on our larger conversation about bail without, at least as far as I can determine, without actually amending the bail statute itself. My preference would be to see this bill retained along with the other bills that touch on bail and things that circumstances that impact the conditions of bail. I also have some concerns in other areas. I know that an area where that folks thought problematic when it comes to school safety zones is how do you know what's 1,000 feet? Do you have some sort of GPS in your head? And so there's language in here that basically requires people, where physically possible, to remain at least 21 feet away from the officer if warned. So how do you know exactly how far you are? How does the officer in the heat of the moment know exactly how far away he or she is? So there are, I think that there are some issues that can be worked out. I would prefer to see them worked out rather than have the bill go to the floor. And the last issue is, right at the end of the bill, a person is guilty of a Class B felony if he or she knowingly reports to a law enforcement officer or agency by word or action false or baseless information regarding an allegation of misconduct by a law enforcement officer. And I think I would agree that that providing that information should be an offense, but a Class B felony to go away for 3.5 years. And I would also remind folks of the other bill that we're considering at this time, which is the redefining some of the circumstances of police misconduct. Under that bill, a police officer who knowingly files a false report or misidentifies somebody would be subject to an administrative sanction, not a criminal penalty. So one of the things that we would be doing, especially given the gravity of the penalty in this bill, would be having one standard of justice for one type of person who violates the law, and a very, very different standard of justice for somebody else who some could argue are making a very similar offense. So I just wanted to point those things out, and hopefully, kind of in the spirit of some of the other things we've been working together on, we could work together on this to make it a better bill.
Thank you. So with regard to your objections to the bill, were the bail portion removed and a different wording to the 21 feet, perhaps something to the distance, whatever distance the officer requests, something along those lines? So it's not as specific, but it lets the officer set a safety zone. And the removing the felony, turning it to a plain misdemeanor, would that suffice to make?
That would work much better for me. There may be other members of the committee who may have additional input, but
Representative Prue.
So on the 21 feet, that used to be the old standard for anyone with a knife couldn't pull out your gun and shoot them before they stab you. It's now been moved to 31 feet, so they do know exactly where 21 feet is. And this isn't really about bail. This is about assaulting a police officer, a firefighter, or EMT, public servants that are there working for you. So they have a little extra protection. And yeah, if you're assaulting a police officer, you're obviously are willing to pretty much assault anyone. So yeah, I'm kind of okay with no bail at the moment, and it has to go before a judge instead of just the regular route. So I'm good with this bill.
Thank you. Representative Reed.
Regarding the decreasing the penalty for filing false information, I think a felony is quite appropriate. I think that a strong message needs to go out that you can't lie in a report against a first responder or a police officer, because you could walk away, but this is going to follow the police officer or the first responder. And no matter how often, it's dismissed as, false allegations, that's still there. So I think a felony is completely appropriate for misinformation.
Representative Pratt.
Anybody that reads the Union Leader knows how that turned out recently. A police officer was assaulted, and right afterwards, the person stabbed somebody to death. So this right here would have slowed that one case down, and those kind of things are happening all the time in New Hampshire, unfortunately, now, as it has across the country. I'm totally in favor of this bill the way it sits right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do have to agree with Representative Muse on a lot of the points he brought up. I honestly just think this is a lot to tackle in one bill, and they're just small adjustments like the ones you mentioned earlier that can make it more amenable. I do agree that it should be we should be discouraging people from assaulting police officers and other public service workers, of course. I do think it's hard to make changes regarding bail eligibility, considering the committee's path on retaining all other bills to make sure they all coordinate and work together and make sense together, instead of just pulling out this one thing and changing it. And in regards to making the false report, I do have to say, I think we just need to really weigh carefully the impact a felony charge can have on an individual's life. During testimony, Chief Bryfonski, I believe, from Bedford Police, shared an example of say a police officer pulls over a mom and her kids and she gets stressed and frustrated and, says that he yelled at her, and then reviewing the body cam footage, he wasn't yelling at her. And now that mom could go to prison with felony charge, and I just think that is such a huge reaction to something that, especially if the officer is found not guilty, what impact did it does the impact really equal to the punishment? And when we make felons of people, we're making criminals of otherwise law-abiding citizens. I think we just really need to weigh carefully, does the punishment really match the negative activity there?
Thank you. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have notes here, and that was a concern of mine. And I think what I got from it was a separation of criminal allegations versus misconduct. Certainly, if somebody came to the station and said that she swore at me or I swore at her and I didn't, that shouldn't be a B felony. But if she accused me of a criminal act where I can go to jail for and lose my job, that's a little different. So perhaps a separation between general misconduct versus a criminal allegation, that would satisfy my position on it.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Zelig.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I agreed with what Representative Muse was saying. I feel like both in the spirit of where we're looking at the other bail bills differently, that element of this poses some challenges for me, and the level, as Representative Murray said, a distressed mom who makes a statement out of fear and frustration, ultimately potentially losing custody of her children, it's disproportionate. And if we're going to hold civilians up to these standards, then when we're passing bills about actual police misconduct, there should be at the least similar standards.
Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out to the committee that if they're not aware, in New Hampshire, under RSA 594.5, all individuals have a duty to submit to arrest in this state in itself, even if you believe that arrest to be illegal. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of that or not. A follow-up also on that, if you indulge me, is that I would respectfully disagree with Representative Muse. I think a lot of people don't understand the impact of false allegations and false reports to law enforcement can be career-ending and life-changing. That's not recoverable.
Thank you. Representative Bolden.
Thanks. I feel like the mics are super loud today. I wanted to reflect on, I guess, my thoughts after hearing Representative Murray's input. Another consideration isn't just the fairness of the punishment versus the crime, but also the extrapolated impacts system-wide on the consequences of that type of punishment. Because if you are talking about a single parent, or just a parent in general who has dependents, then with a felony record, that person's going to end up on the welfare system. And I know that in other aspects of law, that is a common consideration. Is, for example, in the family court system, if the judge is considering one decision or another, they will take into consideration whether, limiting contact or something with the children or something will result in a parent ending up as part of the welfare system. And so I think that's a valid consideration. But as far as the structure of the bill, I know that a few years ago, I want to say maybe 2016 or something, there was a bill in the Senate from Donna Susi to specifically reclassify and pull out domestic violence versus other types of, assault criminal activity, because evidently an issue that she realized after a terrible incident in Manchester was that there were people with criminal records where it was specifically for domestic violence, but because of how it was classified under the law, it could easily be chalked up to like a bar fight, and that distinction was necessary in the law to enable particularly people participating in the family court system or DCYF to be evaluated accurately. So that could be another direction to go with the intent of this bill. Not necessarily to change penalties, but to create a distinction in the law as far as the difference between assault and assault on a public official.
Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
I just want to add on my support to a retention motion. I think this is a really good piece of legislation, and I'm conflicted on how I'll vote for it. I think ultimately if a ought to pass motion comes before us, I might vote for it. But I do agree with Representative Mannion's points about clarifying between general misconduct and forgetting the term, criminal allegations against a police officer. I think that would be a good distinction to make, and would satisfy some of those concerns of other people on the committee.
Thank you. Based on the testimony, based on the discussion, I'm going to recess this bill and get an amendment and see if we can't meet halfway on some of these issues that are reasonable and do make good points. Any other discussion before I do that? Representative Brew.
So, on that last piece, if somebody makes an accusation against me, I'm in the back of the ambulance and somebody says I touched her inappropriately, I'm going to be suspended. More than likely, I'll be fired in a very short time before this even really gets investigated very well and is proven to be a false allegation. And how would I do that? There are no cameras in the back of the ambulance. So I may lose my career, my income, and then I'll be on the welfare system.
I definitely agree, and I think that
and that follows you. And I will tell you, in New Hampshire, fire, EMS, and police is a very small world. I can be the greatest guy in the world. Nobody hears about me. I make one mistake. Everybody in the system knows about it, and I will never get hired again. And I probably won't even get hired in another state.
Yeah, and I also I think that would probably cause, that accusation could cause an officer to be put on the lawyer list before he ever has a chance to defend it. Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And another point to consider is oftentimes municipalities or towns will settle outside of court on complaints just to get rid of it. So there's no resolution for the police officers or first responders, and they're left with this claim, this false claim, and the towns, or municipalities just want it gone. So that's another point to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to recess the hearing, the session on this, and discuss it a little bit, and we'll be taking care of it today. No, because no, I'm just gonna get an amendment. Next, we have Representative Muse, did your amendment come through yet? Okay, we will then. At this point, I will open the executive session again on House Bill 596 and recognize Representative Muse. Now, let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all have we have copies of the amendment now. What the amendment effectively does is it removes sections 2 and 3 of the bill. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill effectively address the issue of racial disparities in sentencing in New Hampshire. There were some provisions around data gathering. It is where the bulk of cost for the fiscal note would come from, and perhaps all the cost of the fiscal note. I need to take a closer look at that. But what it leaves us with is a clean bill that would prohibit racial profiling in New Hampshire. This is something that's bothered me for a couple of years as a member of this committee, and I think all of the members of this committee, when the LEAC Commission was actually in session, we all followed it very closely because we knew in particular the legislative recommendations were going to come here. And one of the things I think that surprised me and surprised some of the other folks on the committee was that the recommendations around racial profiling really seem to focus solely on things like identification issues and driver's licenses. And it just seemed like we never got to a point where we remembered that, oh yeah, maybe in statute we should prohibit racial profiling. So what I would say is this is really a policy statement. There are no penalties that it prescribes. I think that if an officer is brought up before police standards and training around the issue of racial profiling, police standards and training has a process that they would use to determine whether or not the officer would be suspended, keep their certification, lose their certification. But I think one of the things that is important here is just sending a strong message, not only to law enforcement, but also to members of our minority communities here in New Hampshire, that that racial profiling is not acceptable in this state. And you know, in many respects, you know, New Hampshire is firing on all cylinders. I think we could add a cylinder if we pass a bill like this that just sends a very clear message to everybody about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable in law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe, though, we do need a motion on the floor. I don't recall. Did you move this this amendment?
I move amendment 2023-0596 ought to pass.
And seconded by Representative Selig. Is that why you're okay? And you did speak to your motion. Would you like to speak as well, Representative Selig?
Yes, I would say I agree with Representative Muse. I think that one issue that we need to address as a global society is learning to recognize our own bias, whether we're aware of it or not. And my hope is that by putting language like this into policy, that it will encourage not just training within the academy, training academies, but also ongoing training so that we can all work collaboratively to make the world better for all of us.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Could you explain what exactly is taken out and what is left in? Because I think there's some question on that. I'm getting some looks.
So I believe everything following line, well, actually everything after the first page, after line 30 on the first page, everything is removed. Is that correct, Representative Muse?
I don't have the numbered version of it, but it removes everything but the effective date after the part that says it's numeral 2, new section, sentences, racial disparity and sentencing prohibited. It removes that
That's on
entire
page
section.
2.
It removes section 3 involving the requirement for the counties to provide data in this area, and it would essentially make the effective date section 2.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion about the amendment? Okay, at this point, I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the vote to pass the amendment, adopt the amendment.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes.
Amendment is adopted 20-0.
The amendment is adopted. The bill is open for further motion. I recognize Representative Muse.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move HB 596 FN ought to pass with amendment.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Murphy. And would you like to speak to your motion?
Just very, very quickly, I know that stories like the Tyree Nichols story bothered everybody.
Oh,
During
I thought
during the
I
public
saw.
hearing, one of the things that we had, I think one of the areas where everybody who testified really did seem to agree was that this particular move is one that New Hampshire really needs to make. There were no objections from law enforcement to this part of the bill. I think law enforcement is on board with this too, and I hope we can be on board with it as well as a committee. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you. I do have reservations about this bill. I don't think we can legislate away bias or bad behavior, and I do think that the issue of race has been one that's so pervasive and so deep-rooted in the society that I'm not sure one bill or any bill will be able to have those conversations and get those feelings out of some people. I think it starts more with conversations and connections. That being said, I think I will vote for this legislation because I do agree with Representative Muse that making this statement that we do not support racial profiling as a state would be beneficial to starting that conversation that's needed. So I'm going to vote against an ITL motion or for a not to pass motion if there is one.
Further discussion? I have some reservations with regard to this because what happens then? In other words, if a law enforcement officer, I mean, what is the standard to which a law enforcement officer will be held, for example, by their agency or for their certification? What is it like? In other words, how many stops of someone of a different race does it take before there are ramifications? What there needs to be a quantifiable something to say that this person has violated this, and I'm concerned that it's so broad with no mechanism to measure it by that it could be used against law enforcement officers when there really is no racial bias, but they maybe just want to use it against them to get rid of them. I'm concerned about its vagueness with regard to what the effect would be on a law enforcement officer. Any further discussion on that point? Representative Peru.
So I'm not a police officer, and nor do I play one on TV, but I'm not really sure how you enforce this and determine what was going through that officer's head when the interaction happened. Did it happen because of racial profiling, or was there something else that he saw that fell into a category to make a stop or whatever? And now everybody says, well, was that racial profiling? Well, no, I saw him cross the line, so I stopped him, or whatever the case may be. And just like the chairman said, if there happen to be 3 people of color in a row that did that, now is he racial profiling, or was he just in the right spot at the right time to see this happen? So it could affect the officer when he's not really doing that. And I agree, it's very vague, and I get the statement. Absolutely, I am 100% against racial profiling or any of that. But how do you enforce it? How do you prove it? How do you get in somebody's mind and say, what were you thinking? So to me, too many unanswered questions for me.
Thank you. And if were this a concurrent resolution to say, we, the legislature, think that racial profiling is abhorrent and expect it not to be conducted in the state of New Hampshire, I would be voting for it 5 times in a row. But this seems to create a situation in my mind where an officer could be accused of something by somebody and there's no quantifiable standard to hold them to, and that's concerning. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, nobody agrees racial profiling is good. And I can tell you that in my career, I've stopped someone and they've said, you stopped me because of my race. And, it could be 10 o'clock at night, I'm going 40, he's going 70. There's absolutely no way I would know that. But if he makes a complaint against me, where does this bill come into play? Does my department use it? Does, police standards and training use it? Can I be sued civilly? Because now it's a law, and who's going to determine whether or not that was a racial profiling issue, or was it just because he was speeding? So I just think it's a little bit too broad. I have no problem with making a policy statement or a proclamation. Certainly, we are all in agreement that racial profiling is not how we conduct business in this state. But it leaves it open to police officers being penalized, even if it's not criminally, as a result. There is an attorney general review on this. Are they going to make a determination? I mean, it makes me nervous. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Muse.
I would say that, one of the reasons why we have so much difficulty with this issue is racial profiling is so difficult to prove. It's one of the reasons why we have all the ongoing conversations around how people should be identified, whether we should change driver's licenses and things like that. there are times, and I think there have been times in the history of this state and then in the history of others where um, even without identifying somebody from a driver's license or an identification method, there is a clear pattern of profiling on the part of some officers that can be determined through things like multiple complaints that are found to be to basically be true. I am not saying it is easy, and I'm also not saying that it wouldn't be helpful to further define, to define what constitutes it. I think the definition that we have in this particular bill encompasses a behavior that we're trying to discourage here in New Hampshire. Again, this is I think the intention of the bill is to make a policy statement that that the police academy, police standards and training can use as part of the communication that they do with officers, as part of their review of accusations of of misconduct. And I think this is an area where you have to start somewhere. And I think that's really what this bill is attempting to try to do. It's to give us a starting point, and I would be the first to agree that we're not done yet. I think Governor Sununu, when at the end of the work of the LEAC Commission, basically said the same thing. This is just the start. We still have a lot of work to do. We have a ways to go before we're there. And I think that this bill is part of the journey of getting us there. And I would hope that we can continue to be on that journey and to take steps on that journey in the second year of this session. But this bill does give us a place to start, and I would hope people can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's the role of this committee to make statements. I think we are here to make solid and just policies. Having said that, there is no provision in this bill either for officers or first responders who work primarily in cities with higher densities of immigrant or minority populations versus somebody who works in the White Mountains. How are you gonna, protect? They're gonna have more interface. How are you gonna, tease that out so that that doesn't come up as, having more complaints, but it's just the demographic of where they patrol or the area they service. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this bill clearly has very good intentions, but I don't think it's ready for prime time yet, in my opinion, and I'll be supporting an ITL on this.
Thank you, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely hear the concerns on both sides of the committee. I, frankly don't think this bill will change things. It seems like Representative Muse said, more of a policy statement. And I struggle to see departments using this as a way to punish their officers, especially considering the struggle they're having in hiring officers right now. But I also wanted to remind the committee of last session, a similar bill was passed that protected bikers from profiling from law enforcement. And it had similar language. It's another carve out we did to protect a class of people that also didn't have, specificities in how it would get enacted and how officers would be held accountable to that policy statement. So I just wanted to say that there is precedent for similar legislation. Even if this one seems incomplete at this time, maybe it is a good first step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the legislation you just brought up, if I recall, that was a small paragraph, was it not? Thank you. Representative Emanian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to drag this on anymore, but I'm hearing policy statement but Representative Muse, last testimony, he said this would be used to identify officers and it would also be used for police standards and training. for certification purposes. Those were his own words. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Representative Salik.
Sorry. That was, yeah, sorry about that. I just would echo what I was saying before, which is if we have a statement of policy like this, where if we do have an officer who unknowingly continues to racially profile people, because I think that the majority of things that happen are potentially happening based on people's unconscious biases. And we're then able to say, you know, we've received multiple complaints. Let's have you do some training to recognize what's going on so that we can help your behavior so that you're doing a better job protecting the public rather than focusing on a specific group of people. I don't think that the intent of this bill is to be about punishment. It's about raising awareness. It's about raising standards, and it's about increasing equity and justice.
Thank you, and that is well taken. However, it will be used in the other way because of the fact that it puts an onus on a police officer not to do a certain thing, but the certain thing isn't necessarily quantified, and it doesn't say who will be the judge of that. And I think it opens them to serious serious danger with their careers. I would agree with it, as I said, if it were just a policy statement and we wanted to issue a resolution saying that we would not tolerate this in the state, would be different than actually making a law with an attorney general review process. Representative Prue, you had a comment?
I know it's been a while, but point of order, can I call the vote? No.
Representative Muse.
I wanted to just tell a quick story that may help. I have another bill that went before Child and Family Law, passed 16-0. We had the executive session immediately after the hearing. The bill was on banning the use of prone restraint on children in New Hampshire. And one of the things that was pointed out to me is in the statute, if you actually read the wording of the statute, a reasonable person reading the statute could conclude that prone restraint is actually already banned. The problem that we were having is that there were some New Hampshire child care facilities who were looking at that and saying, I don't see prone restraint, and I think that there's a safe way to do prone restraint. And the fact of the matter is very difficult to do prone restraint safely when you're a 200-pound adult and the child weighs 100 pounds. So what I think we all agreed to was that a policy clarification where we specifically called out prone restraint in the statute and we defined it as we did here is actually very helpful from a policy enforcement perspective. So it's a related story, but I think what it can do is it can show you the value of doing something like what's in front of us today.
Thank you. I think we've had a robust and healthy debate, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion is ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
No.
Representative Pratt?
No.
Representative Hill?
No.
Representative Prue?
No.
Representative Janvin?
No.
Representative Mannion?
No.
Representative Reed?
No.
Representative Stone?
Absolutely not.
Representative Tenzar?
No.
Representative Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Salik?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Reluctant, yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes no.
Motion fails 10-10.
Motion is failed and is now open to further motion. Anyone like to make a motion? Representative Stone.
I'd like to, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to ITL.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Prue. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would. I think we've had a very good discussion. Like I said, my point is I think this bill has very good intentions. I just think it's not ready for prime time. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I think the reality base is that you have a department that's responsible for their officers. That's your first level. It goes to Police Standards and Training Council. It can go up to the federal level. It can go up to the state level. There's many avenues. I think they all need to be addressed, and I think all the stakeholders should be invited in to try to craft a much better bill if that's what the committee wants to do or the sponsor wants to do.
Would you like to speak to your second?
Ditto, because I think we spoke enough about this.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Gathright?
No.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Bolden?
No.
Representative Bradley?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Salick?
No.
Representative Wheeler?
Nay.
Chairman Roy?
The chair votes yes.
Motion fails 10-10.
It will go to the floor without recommendation. Representative Stone, will you write the report for the OTP, and Representative Muse for the for whatever the other thing. And these 10-10 things are very confusing. With that, I will close the executive session on HB 596 and open the executive session on House Bill 107 and recognize Representative Mannion. And I believe he has an amendment. Do you have that yet?
We do not. I would ask that we recess this executive session until next week. We have a subcommittee meeting on Tuesday to address the amendment, and I believe we'll be able to come up with something that's workable to bring to the group.
And I trust you will take care of the scheduling for that with Skowarski. So recessed until next Tuesday.
Tuesday's
Friday,
the
yeah.
subcommittee meeting. We're going to
Correct.
schedule it during Friday's session.
Okay, it's recessed until next Friday for our purposes. And with that, I'll open the executive session on House Bill 360. No, excuse me. 360. And recognize Representative Reed.
I motion to ITL.
Second.
Seconded by Representative, who was it? Pratt?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Reed, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am voting to ITL this bill for many reasons. One being we still don't have any roadside test, to perform if somebody gets pulled over for driving under the influence. There's no test for that. There's bills, marijuana bills in other committees that being looked at, and I just feel at this time with our current drug problem that introducing another drug into the mix is just not a good idea right now. Thank you.
Representative Pratt, would you like to speak to second?
Sure. I'd like to ITL this bill. National Academy of Medicine says the regular use of cannabis will increase the risk of developing schizophrenia and psychosis. The higher the use, the higher the risk. Marijuana routinely contains 20 to 25% of THC of the marijuana that people are familiar with in the 1970s. That's 100 times increase of THC over what it was in the 70s. So looking around the room here, the 70s, this is a lot stronger than what it was in the 70s. Children don't have the sense to make good decisions. They get hooked on drugs, just as they get hooked on painkillers and go into stronger drugs. It will hurt our youth. It is definitely a great gateway drug. There's plenty of things that back that up. This will degrade our community. There is significant evidence that there is permanent brain damage from marijuana use under the age of 25. And it's very similar to lead poisoning. So you can look up the combination between the two if you like. It will affect our workforce and possibly our military. Statistics show highway death rates related to marijuana have increased in other states since legalization and commercialization. 35 were in Colorado in 2017, up from 19. So went from 19 to 35 in Colorado because of the legalization of marijuana. According to National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 12.6% of weekend nighttime drivers test positive for THC in between 2013 and 2014, compared to 8.6 in 2007. There is no acceptable roadside test for levels of THC in the bloodstream to determine impairment, but the impairment does exist. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative Pratt.
Sure.
Representative Newell.
I just wanted to address a couple of things that were brought up. First of all, speaking about roadside testing, the reason why that's so difficult is because marijuana stays in your system for up to 30 days. And so doing roadside testing doesn't necessarily describe whether or not you're impaired. So that's the reason why that doesn't exist, and I'm not sure how that would exist, but okay. But there are experts who try to distinguish. I'm blanking on what the actual title is, but people who are trained to identify whether someone is under the influence, impaired in a way that it would actually. What is it? TRE. There we go. Look at that. I love it. Also, let me see. Talking about how it was different from the 70s. I think you're right. That's true. There, it has been selected to be more potent. The thing is that when you legalize something, especially for over 21, I think that's responsible. When you legalize something, that is when you actually get to grade what it is, what the potency is. That's how you know what the potency is because when it's legalized, you can test and analyze, and then when you're selling it, wherever that might be, you are able to say it is this potent. It has this much CBD. It has this much THC. These are legalizing it allows for us to be able to do that in the same way that when we did prohibition of alcohol, what did we have? We had a whole bunch of alcohol that was out there that was on the black market, and it was killing people. It was killing people because they didn't actually know what it was, because it wasn't legal. There wasn't a system by which they could actually assess the potency and things like that. So it does allow for that. And lastly, I just want to speak to, I'm sorry, I know I'm a little passionate about this one. But if I could just speak to the gateway drug thing, I think that, as a parent, I think, right now it is scheduled federally alongside heroin. And I can tell you, my children lost their father to heroin overdose. Okay. So I can speak to the impact of that. And I absolutely do not want my children doing heroin or anything like that, getting into that. Absolutely not. At the same time, I am very supportive of having cannabis legalized. And I think when we talk about a gateway drug, I think in a way it is, but we have made it that. And the reason, let me explain why, because I don't think that it is inherently a gateway drug. But when we associate these two things, when we put these things in the same bucket, when we put heroin in the same bucket as marijuana, we are essentially lying to our children. Okay. And then when, a good amount of them are going to end up trying it anyway, when they realize that, oh, well, this marijuana isn't necessarily as bad as my parents told me, because we have lied to them and put it in the same bucket as very harmful, extremely harmful drugs. And then so when we tell them that this is alongside those things, and they realize that it's not as bad as we said it was, as the picture we painted, they are more apt to think, well, maybe heroin isn't as bad as they said. Maybe meth isn't as bad as they said. That is the way that it is a gateway drug, because we are categorizing it with drugs that have absolutely no association with it. So I'm going to step down from my little soapbox here. Thanks for the time.
Other than that, do you have any strong feelings about the bill? Representative Bolden.
Thanks. I turned my speaker away from Lauren's speaker. I don't know if that's going to help with the feedback, but I want to throw out the idea of retain, because I know that the perspectives on this topic in this committee are pretty consistently for legalization to some degree. And while this bill might not, well, isn't the vehicle, it's a shell that can be used next year if things go south in the Senate or something along those lines. I subbed on Commerce a couple days ago for the vote on the exec session on the legalization bill, and the bill's changed dramatically since it was drafted by OLS in the first place. And there's a lot of moving parts. And I think it would be a good opportunity for this committee to be able to pick up the subject matter next year if things go haywire this year, or if there are some essential components maybe in this year's bill that are really missed. So just a suggestion to retain.
Thank you, and I'm open to that suggestion. However, keep in mind, retained bills have to be reported out by October with a OTP or ITL, so it doesn't give us that much time to sit on it. So I'm not. Did we not retain one already, or did we? We retained it. It's just marijuana. So I think we've already got one of those in the bucket. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting against the ITL motion on this bill for a lot of the same reasons that Representative Newell brought up. I think the real gateway drug is alcohol. That's proven by the numbers. I mean, I remember being in high school and having there were many more kids in high school, even in Peterborough, which is the old hippie town, where they used alcohol significantly more than marijuana. That was the party drug, and I could see that seriously negatively affecting kids' minds. And there are studies now coming out that are saying that no safe amount of alcohol, no amount of consumption of alcohol is safe, that it can affect your brain, that it leads to dementia and Alzheimer's, even with small amounts of use. And frankly, I've seen that in a number of people, even kids who are becoming significantly more forgetful and acting dangerously, acting violently, changing their personality. I have not seen that anecdotally with the people who I know smoke marijuana. I've seen maybe at the most a lack of motivation, which as Representative Reed and I talked about one day is definitely a concern, but not a large enough concern for me to think that we should be criminalizing a plant, which I frankly think that the criminalization of this only causes more problems than legalizing it would. And I don't need to go on and on about those problems. I'm sure all of us are very aware, having heard these bills so many times. But just the one point I'll make is that there are people all across this state who in simply possessing this are now made criminals because we have pushed the buck off from legalizing this substance since the 70s. So I'll be voting to legalize this substance.
Thank you. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you believe that anyone is going to change their vote from the discussions being had within our executive session?
It's quite possible. Representative Seelig.
Thank you. I just want to add another component to the discussion, and I'll speak anecdotally. Yeah, anecdotally, that's how I use. Which is that there are also a number of studies, and there's evidence, and there are people that I've spoken to who suffer from fairly extreme anxiety, ADHD, or some combination thereof, and if they add alcohol into their bloodstream, it increases their anxiety, it increases their other symptoms, and leads them to make generally less responsible choices. But yet alcohol is legal for them to take. When they have chosen to use marijuana, whether by smoking or using edibles, it's helped them to compensate and suppress some of the anxiety symptoms, suppress some of the other symptoms. The other thing is that for a number of people with ADHD and anxiety, the medications for those have a significant detrimental impact on their appetite. And there are a lot of studies that show, and there's a reason why Girl Scouts like to set up their cookie stands next to dispensaries, that people who are using marijuana will, and it's used for medicinal purposes for this, but as an appetite stimulant. And so for people who suffer from those conditions, it can be truly medically beneficial. In terms of the comment before about it being a gateway drug and addictive, it's not the marijuana itself that's addictive. It's often the things that it's laced with, again, because it's not regulated. Once we legalize it and we can regulate and ensure that what people are getting is a pure product, just as we regulate alcohol, we can help protect people from the types of addictive substances that are often laced into it.
Thank you. I think at this point, everyone's had a chance on both sides of the issue to speak. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Motion is ITL. Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes.
Representative Hill?
Yes.
Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvin?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Gathright? Don't do it.
Yes.
Representative Muse?
No.
Representative Bolden?
No.
Representative Bradley?
No.
Representative Murphy?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Newell?
No.
Representative Selig?
No.
Representative Wheeler?
Nay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
Motion passes 11-9.
Motion passes 11-9. It is ITL who will be reporting the minority. Representative Wheeler, would you like to? Representative Wheeler. Hi. Would you like to write the minority
Just
report?
all the drug bills, Mr. Chairman? Yes, I'll have that to you by the end of today.
Well, actually, it was between you. Actually, who spoke most vociferously in favor of it?
I mean, if Jody...
I believe it was
I am happy to take it.
Representative
I don't
Newell.
think you've done one yet, so that's even better, yeah.
Thank you.
Should
And
come easy.
Representative Pratt, will you be writing the majority? Or who made the motion? Reed. Representative Reed. Okay, thank you very much. And that will obviously not be going on consent. And lastly, I have a question for the committee. We discussed some changes to House Bill 400, and I'm going to tell you what I was about to ask for from OLS. However, if you're not going to vote for it anyway, I'm not going to keep everyone here while I get it. So if I make the changes in change line, if everyone could grab that bill, please, House Bill 400. If I change page 2, line 16, to change it to criminal misconduct, it would be the Class B felony, and then misconduct would be a misdemeanor. And if I change the 21 feet to a distance specified by the officer, that way no one has to guess how many feet. It's just as far as the officer says get back, and if they don't, they'd be subject to arrest. And it does, I would point out that it does say a reasonable officer in fear of his safety. So if an officer's not gonna be able to say go back a mile, that would not be reasonable. And I believe that was the only other.
Mr. Chairman, would an arm, I'm just kind of throwing this out there, like, because I see this being a potential situation as well. What's one person in my own personal world, like my arm's length is what I consider to be as far as I want you to get to me.
Well, that's a lot different for a police officer. A police officer
Okay.
needs at least 30 feet for someone who pulls a knife and runs at them, in order
Okay,
for them to be
all right.
able to draw their firearm and stop them.
Okay, that's why. Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Wheeler.
Those changes would change my vote, Mr. Chairman. I would vote. I mean, the 21 feet thing, I'm pretty sure. Representative Prue's point made me less concerned about that. But to Representative Mannion's point, if you made those changes about the misconduct and the criminal allegations, I would be much more in favor of voting for this.
Okay.
And would do so.
Okay. And I know there are still concerns about the bail aspect of it. However, I cannot bring myself to change that. We have several laws on the books that specify, that do make bail issues, including domestic violence type issues. While we are going to address the overall issue of bail and how we deal with people getting out on bail and who's going to handle it and the mechanics of it, that does not affect what we do with certain charges, and we already have some on the books. And I feel like if you are dangerous enough that you would assault an armed police officer, it needs to be a judge who decides whether or not you should be able to be let free. So that one I'm not willing to change. So I have one person willing to support it as is, and anyone else? Sure, absolutely.
Where we have,
I see it on there.
where we have Attorney Head here, could we ask him to clarify that the bails? I'm just confused about how having the judge versus having it go through what we currently have as a bail bondsman process. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around that, and I just was hoping we could, whether it's him or someone else, could just clarify.
Well, I think I can clarify that. Currently, if you were arrested and you assaulted a police officer, it's a simple assault charge. They would call the bail clerk if it was after hours. They would come in and not the bail clerk, the bail commissioner, and they would set the bail at whatever they deemed appropriate at the time. But my concern is that we currently have a communication problem where someone could have already been arrested and that person would not know it. So you could have multiple people, you could have someone released on multiple charges out of different police stations, and one of those being for assaulting a police officer, and the next place wouldn't even know that you're out on bail. So right now we have some issues we have to handle as far as the whole situation goes, the bail system, which is why we retained the other bill. Go ahead, Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what's really kind of keeping me on it, because I do think that it's a good intent and it's good. At the end of the day, I'm concerned about, we entrust what we talked about earlier was that they are representing the public, and representing the public and acting on behalf of the public, and really, I mean, the cliche way, having a monopoly on violence, right? But at the end of the day, if we entrust police officers with that, and especially when it comes to firefighters, EMS, other people that we're including, like I said in the first place, I talked about body worn cameras. Those are not consistent across the board, and I think that I just think that with that that power and responsibility comes accountability is necessary, and a high burden of proof at that point. So I am concerned about kind of unintended consequences from it potentially. And I mean absolutely no offense to anyone when I say that. I think that the burden of proof in all ways should be. But if we're attaching these kind of heightened penalties for it, I think we really need to have heightened accountability to go along with that.
Thank you. And currently, the state, at the direction of the governor, has formed a commission that is going to adopt a set of very rigorous standards for accreditation across the state. And they're in the process of compiling that right now. And part of that, a lot of these issues are going to be, in order for a department to consider itself accredited, they're going to have to meet these standards. And they're set, most of them, or many of them are mandated by the federal DOJ. So it's going to be quite rigorous. Representative Newman.
I'm just concerned about this whole conversation. I didn't hear exactly what you were trying to do. I understand that we discuss things, but I am just, the part I'm concerned about is asking people, kind of polling people for whether they would vote for the bill, not having seen the written amendment. I just think that's important. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is obviously a non-binding poll. I'm trying to see whether it's worth the committee's time for me to obtain the actual amendment. And Representative Muse.
It's kind of in the spirit of the way we've been kind of dealing with the bail issue all along. Something I might suggest, if we're going to amend the bill, would be to put that section out, but to park it, Mr. Chair, for our conversation. So I think that I think it's actually possible for us to pass a bill that's helpful, that does a lot of the things that people have said they want to do. But for me, the inclusion of the bail provision would be a deal breaker, because I think it goes against what we've been talking about for all of our other conversations regarding bail. So I hate to be the person who gums up the works, but I do have a strong preference for dealing with all of the bail issues down the road, and not picking Because I mean, if we wanted to, I mean, uh, I could, there are things that I can pick apart, especially about another bill that's going to come in front of us, 653. Um, you know, and unfortunately, I think if we do it once, um, you know, we're going to have a harder time down the road. So my suggestion would be let's not forget about this. Let's make it part of the conversation, but in the spirit of getting through legislation that would be helpful, it would be I would ask you to consider removing it.
Thank you, and I am taking what you just said into consideration. Representative Pratt.
We talked about reducing the criminal aspect of this. Could you speak a little bit more on that?
Sure. So what it would do is if you make a false allegation against a police officer that the police officer committed a crime, that would be a felony, a Class B felony. If it's simply that they did misconduct, i.e. the circumstance where the representative said, the mother said, you know, you were yelling at, the most that could be is a misdemeanor. And if it was proved that it was intentional and it was blatantly false, so that's a pretty high standard, but it still has teeth to it.
So that stays the same?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna, and I know everybody wants to go home, but we're doing pretty good here. So I'm gonna call a recess until, let's take 45 minutes, 12:15. I'll see if I can get this amendment and we'll get this done and we'll get out of here for the weekend. Representative Bolden.
Thank you. I just want to say I agree with Representative Muse. It'd be cool to just pull it out, save it for later, the bail part. But I mostly want to say I think you're doing a really great job as chair. I think you're really fair and polite, and I appreciate it. I think everybody agrees. And I'm really sorry that we're being mean to your bill.
What did you do
That's
wrong,
okay.
Amanda?
That's okay. I think that you could make it up by purchasing me
Seconded.
lunch. Thank you.
Mr.
whole thing was established and run by New Hampshire Rec. Yeah, just Google like New Hampshire lawmaker scandal. There's like so much going back forever. Do you know about the breast who yelled "See Kyle" at the well? Yeah, at the speaker, and then the speaker asked him to apologize, so he apologized in German. He was very unhappy with the speaker and was trying to make a commentary about his practice as a speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it didn't go over well.
Yeah, I can imagine that would
go over. And then there was a time that we were voting on a bill to make the red-tailed hawk the state. What do you call it? Some kind of, not a bird. Things across the yeah. And we were debating the bill and it had been not introduced, but it was put in at the behest of a bunch of fourth graders who were in the gallery that day that the bill was being debated to pass on the floor. And this Republican took the mic to talk about how the red-tailed hawk would make it better mascot for Planned Parenthood because of how it rips apart its prey. Yeah, and they're all sitting and all these fourth graders sitting, so that made like international news. Wow.
I'm late to the party on this.
It's so common, like it's almost like no one cares anymore.
My friends, 0602 is the amendment number that is the one that was just corrected. 06.
Okay, at this point, I'm reopening the executive session on House Bill 400, and I am going to move amendment 20230602. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, I listened to everyone, and I've made numerous changes to it. I've changed from the felony to the misdemeanor, a Class A misdemeanor, if they make a false report about a law enforcement officer involving a criminal offense, and it's an unclassified misdemeanor if they make a false report about a police officer or any EMS fire. I added that too. That is a act of misconduct against their rules, regulations, or the training council. And then I also took out the part about bail. So the bail issue will be dealt with as part of the overall bail when we get to that. And I believe that was everyone's concerns. I could not possibly do any more.
It's a matter of process. Do you have to withdraw?
Yeah, I think actually as a matter of process, I have to withdraw my OTP motion. Who seconded it?
I'll withdraw my second, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
so then now the motion on the floor is the amendment. And does anyone want to discuss that before we vote on it? I believe so, yes. Yes. Or did they? No, they didn't. They just changed it. Yeah. They just shows it reflects the changes from the original bill. Yeah, we have to vote on the amendment, then we vote on the bill as amended. Okay. But this amendment does reflect all the changes that we've discussed. So having said that, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll on the amendment, to adopt the amendment.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Salick,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yes.
Chairman Roy.
Chair votes yes.
Amendment is adopted 19-0.
Okay, at this point, I would move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 400. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Prue. I believe enough discussion unless someone else wants to discuss it. No? Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Prue.
Sorry.
I'll take that as a yes for Representative Prue.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's yes from both of us.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Salick,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman.
Chair votes yes.
OTP passes, motion passes 19-0.
Very good. Thank you. That was a great piece of bipartisan work we did here today, I think. And thank you very much. And I close the executive hearing on that bill. And I reopen executive hearing on House Bill 351. And I understand Representative Muse has an amendment, or that we probably already have. Would you please like to move your amendment?
I have an amendment. I move Amendment 2023-0592H to HB 351FN ought to pass.
Do I have a second? Representative Salig, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, what this bill does is it it strengthens New Hampshire's firearms negligence law regarding children. The amendment also eliminates the first part of the bill that folks had problems with, that would have required all transfers and sales of guns in New Hampshire, including private sales, to be accompanied by a locking safety device. There was testimony at the hearing that the expense of that may place an undue burden on some gun owners. There was also testimony that some devices are more effective than others, and one of the things I think that we all did agree on when we took a really good look at our firearms negligence law is that it's extremely weak the way that it stands. It can use some beefing up, and I think the other thing that we agree on is that any incident involving an unsecured firearm in a child is an incredibly unnecessary tragedy, and I think our goal as a Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee is, to do the best we can to minimize those incidents, and by not only increasing the penalty, but also hopefully by getting some publicity for the fact that we're actually making the change, and gee whiz, if we do this, we're actually enacting a firearm safety measure that finally, hopefully, everyone can agree on. We can agree that we want to keep kids as safe as we can. So in that spirit, I offer this amendment, and I hope that you vote for it. Thank you.
Representative Salig, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, thank you. I'm very strongly in support of this amendment and this bill. We had a situation in the community where I live where a child was having a party and brought out a loaded weapon to display to his friends, one of whom went to get the parents and say they were frightened. And the parents' response was to laugh and then take the gun and put it away. The child said, "I want to call my parents and go home." And the parents said, "No, you can't do that," and made the child stay despite the child's discomfort. To me, there should be a criminal penalty for doing that. It's wrong, it's unsafe. We're lucky that no one was inadvertently shot during that interaction. But also in my community, 7 years ago, we lost a child to a fifth grader to suicide by self-inflicted gunshot wound from an unsecured firearm in the family. And so I just think whatever we can do to help save our kids and protect our kids is crucial.
Further discussion? Representative Wheeler.
One of my closest friends lost their partner to a similar situation. Representative Selig, the firearm was stored poorly. He was drunk and on some pills and had depressive thoughts and had access to a weapon that was loosely stored and shot himself. And it was one of the hardest things that our entire friend group ever went through, and we're still reeling to it years later. And I really appreciate Representative Muse's amendment on this. It has changed my vote on this bill, and I appreciate the intent of the bill and us doing whatever we can to make sure that what had happened to my friend group and happens to many friend groups, as Representative Selig illustrated, doesn't happen again. And I think doing whatever we can on that end is the right move forward. And I'll be voting for this legislation for Alejandro.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, please, clerk, call the roll on the amendment. This is the adoption of the amendment vote.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
No.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative Janvrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
No.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Gathright, Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Salig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Chairman.
Chair votes yes.
Motion passes 17-2.
Representative Muse, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 351FN as amended ought to pass with amendment.
Second.
Who seconded it? Representative Murphy seconded it. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Muse?
I just want to thank the chair for once again being flexible for allowing us to do things like this. It feels good to get good things done, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Anyone else? Representative Murphy, would you like to speak? Do you have a second?
No, I think Representative Muse said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know. That's a good question. It's open for discussion at this point. I have a question, Representative Muse. On the bill, when we talk about firearms exhibited or displayed to other minor children who are members of the household, would that not qualify, for example, if I have a rifle above my mantle, or if I have it in a glass gun cabinet where it's displayed with lights on it so you could see it? Would that? Oh.
It's displayed in the sense that we use it in our other in other parts of our law where we're talking about displaying the weapon openly, but the assumption would be that the child would be handling the weapon at that point.
Okay, so any person who stores or leaves on premises under control of an unloaded firearm with unsecured compatibility in such a manner that is available to a child with the supervision or without the supervision or permission of the child's parent, guardian, is given to me if the child gains access to the firearm and the firearm is displayed or exhibited. So the precursor that necessary to that would be the child gains access to the firearm. Okay, so that would be covered.
And what this specifically does address would be and bring within the scope of the concept of negligence is currently, in order to be charged with a violation, somebody who leaves an unsecured firearm out, the child would actually have to pick up the firearm, use it in a reckless or threatening manner, use it in the commission of a crime, or negligently and recklessly display it. So what it doesn't cover are issues like the incident that happened a few weeks ago where the 6-year-old brought the firearm to school, shot his teacher. It would cover incidents where children, and I do understand that we do have an existing law against children bringing firearms into a school, but I think the idea is that kids are kids, and a lot of times when an unsecured firearm kind of comes into their hands, they look at it almost as a toy and something. It's exciting, it's different, it's something to show their friends. It's something their parents may be proud of, and it's hard to go back to sort of thinking like a child. But the issue is when a child takes an unsecured firearm out of the home, brings it into somebody else's home, brings it into a place where other people are present, not only do you have the danger of the child accidentally firing the weapon, you also have, the danger sometimes of an accidental discharge if they just drop the weapon. So from a safety perspective, from a public safety perspective, I think that what this would do is actually bring within the scope of the law a lot of the incidents I think we've been hearing about and that we've been concerned about. And it would make our current law, which, and I think if you look at the RSA the way it currently reads, it's a little ridiculous that our standard for negligence is so high that the child actually needs to fire the gun, shoot somebody, or commit a crime with it in order for somebody to be charged with a violation. So I think the bill sends what I would put this into the category of something that reinforces our current policy. This is something we don't want any gun owner to leave an unsecured gun in anywhere where a child can get it. And what this does is it basically reinforces and confirms our existing policy and sends a strong message that yes, under the Constitution, you have the right to own a firearm, but you also have the responsibility to keep it out of the hands of a minor child.
Thank you.
That's what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Anyone else have anything? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion is ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
No.
Representative Pratt?
No.
Representative Prue?
No.
Representative Janvrin?
No.
Representative Mannion?
No.
Representative Reed?
No.
Representative Stone?
No.
Representative Tenzar?
No.
Representative Gathright? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Bradley?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes. Let me get my mind right. Yes, thank you.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes no.
Motion passes 10-9.
Motion passes 10-9. The bill is ought to pass. It will not be on consent. Representative Musil, you'll obviously be writing the majority report. Anyone want to volunteer to write the minority report? Representative Stone, thank you for stepping up to the plate again. You have a future in writing should you decide legislation is not for you. Having said that, thank you all for another hard week. We're almost at the end of the road as far as our bills go. We will be done, I think, a week early. So I'm hoping we're all going to get a week off before we get the stuff from the Senate. And again, thank you for all of your work in a bipartisan manner. We got some good legislation done. And I will see you all next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.